Njoo mama. Njoo. Ayongee. Ayongee. Okay. Sema usishangae na pesa sisi tunaona hii hapa. Yeah, usishangae. Sawa. Yaani ona. Nje hii sio kwa hapa tusikii ni waangaji. Maana yule ameenda kule kusema wanasikia. Ina maana mtu akiongea haitosikika huko. Itasikika watu online. Kama itasikika zitaingilia sio online. Itasikika sio. Sasa kwa sababu ni stream kama tunafanya hapa kitu haitatokea sasa tushamko. So shamko. Ndio kama baada ya 30 seconds. Internet yenyewe hiyo ndio kasema tu ya ofisi. Mwenyeji wa hapa wewe hawa ni sehemu ya timu yetu lakini wanaandika ripoti.
Ngoja nikakuelekeza hapa ninachofanya.
Sasa wengi wakija wakiandika kama
Project password ya wifi. Yeye ndio pekee yake anayejua ku-control. Tunataka project password ya wifi. Kisenga bangu iko vizuri. Connect na Kisenga. Kisenga iko hadi Mbps 13 mwanangu.
Na mtu nataka namconvince kwa ajili ya kikao cha August. Tuwafanyie walikuchukua Kisenga au nani? Ni Kisenga. Wale wako wale nadhani tutaweza, ni Wajapani.
Ndio tunaendaga August.
Bado yani bado najibu kwa convince.
Ni wanajao.
They are talking about 200 people, 300, this is 400. So the rest nataka wa join virtually.
No, it's possible.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Muda ikiweza kufanya kazi nishtue nije nichungulie.
Well. Nataka kufanya message.
Yes, the project is still with this university.
Yes, inaweza.
Now, why did you
Hiyo upo. Hiyo wenyewe ndio wameweka.
umetaka?
Wenyewe ndio tulikuwa tushaweka project sio. Wenyewe tukaambiwa wanakuja kukutana na jana ndio kanaambia ile wanafunga na nidhamu ya bidii. Lakini kwa tunatumia ile project.
Naona nimepata wasiwasi kama it works, it doesn't. The predictor looks fine.
Yeah. Naona vizuri. Wanatokea kule juu.
I'm ready.
sababu huyu jamaa wetu wa IT kwa sababu kuna video za kwetu kwenye YouTube. Si kuna ile nini?
Ipo mtaani. Ipo.
Si mwezi weke badala inakuwa bora nikaa tu kimya.
Zile ni muziki ule.
Video za kwetu za kazi za kwetu tulizofanya.
Okay.
Tuende kwenye internet YouTube.
So nishaelewa amenipa.
Amekupa? Ndio wakati huu kwa sababu mkutano ukianza ni mkutano unaonyeshwa. Sasa hiyo angalau watu wengine kuna mafadhili waone kazi za kwetu kwenye YouTube. Kwa mfano mwingine za watoto. Ile ni comfort hapana za tenement. Nenda YouTube. Breakfast naona ile siku tunaandaa ratiba na ile order ni wanasema ni kuanzia saa 3:30 lakini sasa hivi kwa saa 3:30 kwa sababu ya note mpaka na kumaliza kitu tutapata ni sababu
Opening remarks.
ni chai kama
Chai zilikuwa ziwe mbili, ilikuwa iwe moja.
chai ilikuwa ni hiyo moja. Unaweza kuipata tena mtabu
Nimeangalia
YouTube.
information. Sasa ni play.
Play mode.
Unaona
Naiona.
au hizi.
Play yoyote. Hata weka hiyo annual conference ni sawa? Yes.
Sauti steka. Inakuwa tu video.
Inapita haina shida. Kwani ukiweka sauti kidogo kwa chini?
Ndio.
Inapita pale wataiona. Si conference hiyo inayopita. Kumbushie kidogo. Fanya kazi kubwa sana ni jamaa.
Weka sauti.
Weka sauti lakini nafikiri Kiswahili weka sababu sana kinachofanyika. Kuna watu zile bado wanaendelea kuingia uwanja kwa chini. Kama kuna mtu anaweza kuvolunteer kwenda kuwashtua, maana wengine ni watendaji wa shughuli hii, ni vizuri wakawepo ili tuweze kwenda sawa. Nataka kila mtu aweze kutembelea ile meza pale kwenda kusaini kwenye ile karatasi yetu. Tunasema kwa accountability na nini. Ile mtetemo yetu tuliyoipata kwenye simu ile. Sisi tukasajili pale tu. Kwa kweli simu yangu imetetema. Kwa hiyo karatasi iko pale. Na kama ulipewa ile form ya evaluation lakini kupata nafasi ya kurejesha, unaweza kunipa mimi. Unaweza kunipa mkono nikaipata hapa kwa ulipo. Kama ulijaza lakini kukosa mahali pa kuipeleka.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being informed that our guest of honor is doing a tour of the exhibition and will soon be joining us in the hall. So we're not too much off time. I think that we have him here with us. So we'll begin underway shortly. In preparedness, may I please request that we place our mobile devices, as much as we are using them, on silence. Please just press down the volume button or go into your menu tab and just click on /silence.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, everything is set. No, no, no. Yeah.
Sasa sijui inaweza labda nitamwachia hapa ili atakapoanza afanye fresh kwa basi.
Hapa itaweza kusema. Yenye hapo itasikia.
Eh. Ukiwasha tu unakuja sehemu ya
Not full.
yaani small.
Are you aware the engine is coming inside? Yes. Then nitakupa signal. Nitakupa signal. Fine.
take your seats. We're ready to get underway. Your Excellency, Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, member of the Commission on Financing Global Education Opportunities, our distinguished guests, we value your presence and look forward to your opening and keynote address. Once again, we put our hands together to say thank you very much for honoring this conference. Your Excellency, Swedish Ambassador, Mr. Anders, we also value your presence at the head table, and it's good to see you this morning. Thank you very much for attending this conference. The Deputy Permanent Secretary, the Prime Minister's Office, Regional Administration, Local Government, let's put our hands together as well. Mr. Gerald Wade, the Commissioner of Education from the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training, Dr. Wayne Agua, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our host, board chair, 10 next. Please acknowledge Dr. John Kalagi. And the chairman of the session was also the 10 next coordinator, Mr. Ochola Wayoga. Please also acknowledge his distinguished delegates locally and following us internationally online. All the members, stakeholders, the press, ladies and gentlemen. In short, as the master of ceremony, my name is Taji. This is the 12th Quality Education Conference, but unlike the other conferences, this is the first one that has international participation. It's organized by 10 Met and will be given the next 3 days. The theme for the conference is collective accountability for financing quality education, reimagining quality education. Now, my role is done to welcome the high table. Further introductions will be done by speakers that will follow. I wish to hand over the opening session proceedings to the session chair, Mr. Ochola Wayoga. With your hands, ladies and gentlemen, we are now underway. Thanks.
His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and Commissioner on Financing Global Education Opportunity, Mr. Gerard Mwege, Deputy Permanent Secretary, TAMISEMI Education, Dr. Liabwene Mutahaba, Commissioner for Education in Washington, His Excellency Ambassador of Sweden, Anders. I also wish to recognize the presence of Dr. Daniel Paeta, Chairperson of Education Development Group. She's coming from UNICEF. Also wish to recognize the presence of Mr. Tiso dos Santos, Country Director of UNICEF, Dr. John Kalage, Tenement Board Chair, Dr. Agre Limuka, Executive Director of Association of Tanzania Employers, Honorable Judith Kapinga, Member of Parliament, development partners present here, 10 members, the board and the secretariat, representatives of higher education institutions, representative of private sector, but also I would wish to acknowledge the presence of teachers, lecturers and students who are amongst us today, the media representatives, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. May I just first start by welcoming you all to the International Quality Educational Conference that is going to take place here in Dar es Salaam in this particular hall from today to 28 May. I'm humbled by your presence in this conference and appreciate the value you place on educational issues in this country and beyond. The fact that you have attended this meeting speaks for itself in terms of how you place a lot of value on educational issues. I understand there are those who have traveled as far as Zimbabwe, Uganda, Lesotho, and some of us are following online in Malawi, Kenya, Nigeria, and beyond. You are all appreciated and welcome once more to the conference where we can engage our minds to improve the quality of education in Tanzania, but also beyond Tanzania. Your Excellency, Tenement members are so grateful to have you in our midst, and we sincerely honor and appreciate your lifelong contribution to this country and to the educational sector in particular. May I just briefly say what Tenement is, because there are those I understand know who we are, but there are those who might not know exactly who we are. But for the interest of those who are also following through live stream and social media across the world, they may also need to have a first-hand understanding of who we are. Tenement is a network of non-governmental organizations established in 1999, and currently we are 140 members across the country. And these include international organizations, regional organizations, faith-based organizations, and community-based organizations. The network strives to ensure every Tanzanian child has the opportunity to engage and access quality, inclusive education. And today, Tenement has clocked 22 years since establishment. And at 22 years, Tanzanian country has made a notable progress and shifted the reset from low-income country to middle-income country, and this needs to be reflected on how we invest in the educational sector. We are here for the next 3 days, whereby we are going to put our minds and our heads together, discuss on a theme that reflects on financing quality education. But also we understand of recently the Bunge session has been on, and whereby we have had budget approvals for Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, PO rank, but also there are so many other matrices that we need to understand as far as we're discussing about financing quality education. But a quick snapshot that I would want to refer, and as we shall be discussing for the next 3 days, is one refers to the budget that has been approved on the financing of education through Ministry of Education, which is 1.387 trillion 2021-2022 budget, but also the overall budget of the term is 7.68 trillion. This covers education and other ministries. But again, as we will be also discussing about financing for education, it is also very important to reflect how our government is allocating funding to free education. And as you could recall, in the budget of 2021-2022, we have 312 billion that has been allocated for that particular purpose. So at attainment, every time we see the budgets, we see the numbers, we see the numbers of students, and that is what moves us daily to ensure that each particular kid is accorded a necessary access to education, but also everybody, all the government is providing for that particular need. So also the other number I just want to quickly reflect very quick for us to be in the same understanding. We have a total number of 1.3 million pre-primary students. This is as per best report of 2020, and whereby we also have almost 10.9 million primary school children. But again, we have a total of secondary school from Form 1 to 6 of about 2.4 million students. So these numbers should always reflect how much the government is allocating to education. And with attainment, we really follow closely all these indicators to see that whether we are adequately financing the quality education that we appreciate. At this juncture, allow me to recognize our partners, because without them, we couldn't manage to put up this conference. And attainment has been supported over the years by the Sweden Embassy, and they have been the co-financing of this organization consecutively for the past 4 years. So we just want to thank the government of Sweden through SIDA that has seen the importance of supporting attainment, which is a network bringing together a number of CSOs. But again, allow me to recognize the support that we have gotten over the years through the GPE Global Partnership for Education, through Oxfam IBIS, and I understand the representatives of Oxfam IBIS who are based in Kampala, Richard Lowe and Kobia, they are here. We just want to thank you for the continued support. But again, we wish to extend our appreciation to HDIF, which has also extended the support to ensure that this particular conference is taking place at this particular time. Also, Pestalozzi Children Fund, they have also been a continuous funders of attainment, and we appreciate for their giving to ensure that this particular conference takes place. Again, I would wish to thank ActionAid through NORAD, and lastly but not least, attainment members who are paying their annual subscription to ensure that the Secretariat activities are being taken. Furthermore, I would wish to recognize the presenters and moderators. This conference preparation has taken close to a year, and we had extensive communication with moderators and presenters who have willingly come to share knowledge, but also to exchange information. So I recognize your presence. All the presenters are here today, and their respective moderators. Lastly, I would wish to welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, for a few remarks. Let's put our hands together as he comes.
Human Rights, Your Excellency Takaya Rachel Kikwete, United Nations Commissioner on Education and Chancellor of the University of Dar Salam, Deputy Permanent Secretary P.U. Rao, the Commissioner of Education from the Ministry for Education, TENMET Board Chair John Kalage, National Coordinator Mr. Jola Wayoga, Member of Parliament, distinguished civil society organizations, development partners present, organizing committee, and media. Very good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very pleased to be here today to participate in the Education Quality Conference organized by TENMET in collaboration with the Ministry of Education in Tanzania. Tanzania Education Network, TENMET, has been a partner organization to Sweden since 2008. And the current agreement running between 2018 and 2023 amounts to 7 billion Tanzanian shillings. The aim of our cooperation is to strengthen the education sector in Tanzania in collaboration with the government. And we celebrate with them the art of bringing together 140 active member civil society organizations working with education under one umbrella. TENMET support is one, amongst others, that represents Sweden's drive to empower and coordinate grassroots organizations towards self-realization and value creation. I believe that this conference is also part of that process of developing a common agenda and propose solutions bringing from similar education challenges. It is very encouraging to see participation from many other East African countries, either here in real life or participating via the internet. And I hope that this conference can have an open discussion about the realities and challenges in the education systems around the continent, but also to find viable solutions. Sweden has been one of the strongest supporters of the education sector in Tanzania, and we will continue to be so in close collaboration with civil society and the government. Please allow me to underscore that the right to education is not only a human right per se, it has also been proven to be directly related to social and economic development and prosperity. Honorable guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, educated women and men generate and promote economic and social and cultural creativity and empowers economic and political life. Inclusive, equal, and quality education support girls and boys to unlock their full potential. Therefore, I would like to commend Tanzania for its commitment to introduce the fee-free education, being an inspiration for other countries. The fee-free basic education launched in 2016 has increased the number, I understand, enrolled children with 32%, and that's quite an achievement, I would say. And in this, of course, lies a strong political commitment, and it realizes the development strategy of the late President Mwalimu Nyerere and his vision for education, dating back to the 1974 universal primary education movement. The introduction of fee-free education with a great increase in enrolled students has also made apparent the need to increase the number of qualified teachers, classrooms, and schools, which poses a great challenge to the whole education sector. And there is a need to respond to the strong political commitment with the necessary financial resources. Honorable guest of honor, dear participants and invited guests, I do see a genuine link between the challenges emerging from the fee-free education and the theme of the conference that calls for collective accountability for financing quality education. It is true that quality education is not granted. It's something that requires action from all of us, with the government taking leadership and control. We will need parents' involvement, we will need institutions such as the loan board, private companies, civil societies, religious institutions, exchange programs, and the media. From the Embassy of Sweden, I am delighted to mention that many of the organizations present here today, like Telmet, of course, Karibu Tanzania Organization, IQEC, Twaweza, Feminine Hip, Save the Children, have been and will continue to be partners that we have worked with together for quite some time. Allow me just for a moment to share with you a recent experience and a reflection from an event that we had in Arusha just last week, which was attended by the Deputy PS of the Ministry for Education, Professor Caroline Mambo, and where we, for 1 hour, Swedish and Tanzanian school children, one class in Sweden and one class in Tanzania, had a real life exchange through the internet, through the web, and they had a possibility to talk to each other, ask questions, and exchange information on education realities between our two countries. An important lesson to draw from that event is not only how cross-country experience sharing is critical in improving quality of education, but also appreciate the value of technology in advancing knowledge. I hope this will be an inspirational session of this conference to learn how we can use also the virtual world for our education purposes. Honorable guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we heard in the introduction, the education sector accounts for about 15% of the total budget and 3.9% of the gross domestic product. This falls short of the target identified by the Global Partnership for Education, which encourages countries to commit at least 20% of the national budget for education. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend Tanzania for the great improvement of girls' transition rate from primary to lower secondary education, as well as improved school results for girls. Girls and boys, different circumstances, opportunities, and needs are vitally important to recognize the learner to learn and be able to contribute to society. And we do encourage the government to continue to provide support to girls who drop out of school for multiple reasons, including pregnancy. We acknowledge that there are different pathways that the government uses to support these girls to access the right to education. This is especially notable for me since I'm representing the feminist government. Tanzania's current education sector development plan is nearing its end. The process of developing the next one will open possibilities for the government to address some of the main challenges in the sector and set priorities for the coming year. I'm certain that we will continue to work very closely together in this important endeavor. Honorable guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite the government's commitment and partnership support measures here, there are also some developments in learning that are either stagnating or are declining slightly, according to a recent report from Twaweza of our children learning. You can actually find it out there. But the overall assessment in the report is that the majority of the children in Tanzania are now enrolled in school, but rates of literacy and literacy manage expectations. There is a link here to continued high teacher pupils ratio and national finance education. It is our conviction that the government of Tanzania will continue to invest in and strengthening its human capital, and thereby maintaining its newly achieved position as a lower middle income country, well achieved before the target 2025 was achieved already last. So very big congratulations on that future team. And I want to underscore, and please rest assured that Sweden is committed to support Tanzania in achieving her education goals by aligning our programs to the National Education Sector Development Plan. Honorable guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with these remarks, let me end by thanking the government of Tanzania for its continued engagement on improved education results. It is my belief that we all see education as a human right and prerequisite for gender equality, social, economic, and environmental sustainable development, and that we build on what has been achieved. Quote the certain John Dewey: "If we teach today as we taught always challenge ourselves to keep developing and achieving sustainable socio-economic results for the nation and for our planet, starting with sustainable holistic investments in education. Asanteni sana kwa kusikiliza.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your constructive remarks. Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Gerard Mweli, for his candid remarks.
Your Excellency, I am Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, Ambassador Sule, Dr. John Kalage, Chair of the TEPET, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, good morning. Your Excellency, I'm happy that, and I'm grateful as well to be here this morning and to attend this very important meeting where CSOs who are supporting education, they've organized themselves and hold this meeting, which is very important to us. Your Excellency, in education, we are lucky that more than 140 CSOs, they've organized themselves and they have organized a forum which makes our job easier to coordinate them, but also which makes our job easier to coordinate efforts directed to the education sector. I do take this opportunity to congratulate all the CSOs. Your Excellency, in education, we do have a dialogue structure where we have at least one meeting in a quarter to discuss the available options in supporting education, the available option in financing education, but also the available option in reversing the trend and the challenges which are facing us. And that's why I think this year, the theme of this year meeting, they have named to be the collective accountability in financing education. I would also take this opportunity to appreciate and register our appreciation and gratitude to the CSOs and development partners who we are working together with in changing the trend. And yet, in education, Your Excellency, we do remember your name because we regard you as the reformer of education since 2006. It was in 2006 where you came up with a very bold decision to make sure that all the students who are passing the examination in primary schools have the chances to continue with their education in secondary schools. So in 2006, where more than 40% who were eligible to continue with their studies in secondary education, they didn't get a chance to proceed. And we came up with a decision to construct schools in each ward. The decision which we will continue to implement even in the fifth federal government under the leadership of the late John Pombe. And in the sixth federal government, that is our spirit. So whatever we are discussing, whenever we are discussing the reform in education, we cannot forget the name or your name, Your Excellency, because you initiated this. In 2006, it was less than 300 students who were doing secondary education. But this year, we had 833 students doing education in secondary education. This is the effort. But in 2020, all students who sat for the examination in Form 4, they did a real practical and not the alternative practical. We could not do this without your efforts in 2014 of constructing laboratories in each schools. Really, now we are looking forward to have more equitable education, improve the quality of education, but also make sure that all the students have the equal chances to proceed and realize their potentials. With these few remarks, I feel very happy to have you in this meeting. And my thanks are forwarded to the chair of Cabinet and the secretariat for welcoming you in this meeting, because we all know your interest and support in it. Without further ado, may I take this opportunity to submit the government commitment that we will continue working with the civil society organization, NGOs, as well as development partners who are sharing our spirit and vision of change in the education direction. Thank you so much.
Deputy Permanent Secretary, Willie, thank you for your advance. We shall spread your way for further discussion. And allow me now to welcome Dr. John Kalani, board chair of Tanawe in Tanzania, who's also going to give out his remarks. Again, he's also going to have the task of welcoming His Excellency.
Your Excellency, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, fourth President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and Commissioner of the UN Education Commission. Your Excellency, Ambassador Sanders, the Ambassador Sweden in Tanzania, the IQEC Permanent Secretary, your who is responsible for education, Mr. Jeremy, the Commissioner for Education, Dr. Lamwende Mutahabwa, representatives of the development partners and international organizations, including UN agencies, representatives of government ministries, members of TENMET and board of directors, representatives of NGOs, faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, business communities, and I've been informed that some of you contributed also to the hosting of this conference. Teachers, lecturers, and students, media representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Asante sana. I'm so grateful this morning. I would like to sincerely thank God for the opportunity to convene here in Dar es Salaam to dialogue and deliberate on the collective accountability of financing quality education in Tanzania and in Africa. On behalf of Tanzania Education Network, I want to welcome and thank you all for your support and participation in the 12th Quality Education Conference, with the theme of collective accountability for financing quality education, reimagining quality education. I'm very aware that some of you have traveled considerable distances to be here. Thank you very much and welcome to Dar es Salaam. Your Excellency, I would like to express our sincere thanks to you for accepting our invitation to officiate this event despite of your many competing priorities. Your presence here today has not only added value and weight to this conference, but also it is a clear manifestation that you still remain highly committed to ensure that children, including those from Tanzania, have access to quality education. You are among the critical stakeholders in the education sector, and your support, your advice, your guidance, and wisdom are highly appreciated nationally and internationally. Initially, this conference was planned to take place in April this year. However, due to sudden death of the first phase president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. John Pombe Magufuli, it was postponed. The late President Magufuli enforced the implementation of the free basic education outlined in the Education Training Policy of 2014, which we relaunched in February 2015. Thus, that policy removed the barriers in accessing basic education among children from low-income backgrounds. In due respect and in celebrating his life and contribution to education in Tanzania, I humbly request us to observe 1 minute of silence. Will you kindly stand up so that we could celebrate the life of our president? Thank you. You may be seated. Your Excellency, the guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce Tanzania Education Network, which is abbreviated as TENNET. TENNET is an umbrella organization established 21 years ago with the key objective to promote a national education system through which every Tanzanian child is accorded the opportunity to engage and access equitable, quality, and inclusive education. Today, the membership stands at 140 civil society organizations involved in the education sector in mainland Tanzania, of which 26 are international non-governmental organizations, 66 are national non-governmental organizations, 45 are CBOs, and 3 are faith-based organizations operating in the education space across the 26 administrative regions and the 139 districts. TENNET is an active member of the Global Campaign for Education, GCP, and also is a member of Africa Network Campaign on Education for All, which is abbreviated as ANSEFA, and represent member organization in the Education Sector Development Committee. The network is instrumental in contributing positively to the education sector in the country through many ways, including constructive dialogue with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, PRI, development partners, and all stakeholders in the education sector. In the financial year 2019-2020 alone, 52 CSUs and TENNET contributed Tanzanian shillings 34 billion to the education sector. I think they deserve to be given a clap. Your Excellence, in striving to contribute towards improving the quality of education, government has been organizing annual conferences to discuss and deliberate on many aspects of quality education. This is the 12th conference in the series, and it is the first international education conference to be organized by TENME. That's why, because of the intentionality of this conference, we have decided to use both language, English and Swahili. So we welcome discussions also in Swahili for those who feel very comfortable to contribute and discuss in Swahili. This conference involves participants from across Africa and beyond. This year's participants are government officials, ministries responsible for education, professionals, education administrators, fund managers from various international universities, higher education financial agencies, financial and telecommunication sectors, entrepreneurs, researchers, development partners, international and civil society organizations, and students from African countries and beyond. This International Quality Education Conference comes at a time when the world is undergoing multiple challenges. We have seen over 1.5 billion children in the world who were locked at home to control the spread of COVID-19 in the past year. It is estimated that about 9.7 million children may never return to school post-COVID-19, adding to 258.8 million children, adolescents, and youth out of school. This is according to the records of 2018, representing 6% of the global population of this age group. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, out of school children rates for boys and girls is 18.8%, with girls dominating. This is according to the UNESCO statistics. Globally and across 148 countries, school completion rates have increased to 84% from 70% in 2000. Lower and upper secondary completion rates stands at 72% and 48% respectively, according to 2018 data. Collectively, the conference intends to discuss innovative approaches to meet the much needed skills as the world undergoes development changes and embrace emerging technology. Your Excellency, there may be many definitions of quality education. And I think if you ask the practitioners who are in this room today to define quality education, you'll have many definitions. And that probably comes from the context and background. We are here today to redefine quality education in the 21st century. Our discussion will focus on the teaching and learning environment, education digitalization, education financing models, the role of stakeholders in education in emergence, and most importantly, the education we want in the 21st century. Quality education has many important supply-side factors: relevant curriculum, quality teaching and learning materials, conducive learning environment, safety and security for girls and boys, and adequate financing. These go hand in hand with the qualified teachers of eminence, knowledge, pedagogical, and technical skills. But the education cannot be achieved if teaching and non-teaching staff do not receive continuous professional development and support. But the education requires that the mode of instruction and learning processes meet the needs of learners and the labor market. Besides, access and the proper assessment of learning outcomes are also crucial for an accessible, acceptable, and adaptable quality education. In many African countries, adolescents leave school for various reasons, ranging from poverty and child marriage. There is a gap between school teachers, especially in Tanzania, after the introduction of free basic education, which has increased significantly enrollment at basic education. For instance, 80,000 teachers are needed in basic education alone to fill the gap in that capacity. There's also the need to improve work conditions, support mechanism, and supervision in school. A robust and well-informed education policy is required to ensure that regulations and directives guide implementation. And here I want to commend the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. I think recently we heard during the presentation of the minister's speech in the parliament that the government is now going to embark into revising the education training policy, the Education Act, to back the policy, the curriculum, in order to ensure that our children get the right education. And we have only 9 years to achieve the set SDG 4. Your Excellency, to attain quality education, adequate financing of the education sector, and ensuring accountability in the management of public financial resources are quite important. We need to ask ourselves the following questions. How can we sustainably finance quality education? How can we improve the volume, equity, and efficiency of domestic resources? What do we see as the main challenges for financing quality education? And what potential solutions will this conference identify? It is my plea that this conference will come up with ideas which will contribute to answering these questions and many others. Finally, I want to encourage and challenge all participants to seek the best option and definition of quality education that meets the global education needs and the global demands. Let us work together and take home our respective countries the best practices that we can replicate. Let us share the opportunities to expand our network and continue our collaborations as we strive to address the challenges emanating from fast-changing world, whose solutions, among many, will be provision of quality education. Asanteni sana na karibuni sana. Allow me now, with a lot of respect, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, to give his wisdom, his advice, and any ideas that he wants to share with this conference. And before he stands up, I would like all of us to stand up and give him a standing ovation as he comes to the podium. His Excellency, the Swedish Ambassador to Tanzania, the Permanent Secretary, for Education in the President's Office, Gerard Mary, Commissioner for Education, John Kalate, the Chair of 10 Met Board, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to join you this morning. For the opening of this very important international higher education conference. I think the leadership of Tanzania Education Network for affording me this rare honor to grace this auspicious conference. I also let me commend members for the important contributions to the making of the years in advancing the Tanzanian education agenda. The speech, the chair, Dr. Kalage, I visited a few of the pavilions, corridors. I have seen what you're doing. I'm impressed. Please keep up the work. That this conference brings together key stakeholders who matter in the education fraternity. But from Tanzania, Kenya, from Tanzania, and other countries. Yes, present here are from Zimbabwe. Where are you from? Zimbabwe? Okay. Zambia. Malawi. I don't like. Okay. Uganda.
Yeah.
And many others. But of course, I'm told some are here physically, but others are following this conference by teleconference. This big presence shows their appreciation of the fact that education is more than a national idea. It is today global. And it should be approached globally and holistically, since evidence exists that the level of education advancement in one country can have positive or negative impact on the neighboring countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as you rightly said, for 1 year, 2015 and 2016, I had the privilege of working alongside 26 eminent personalities in the International Commission for Finance and Global Education Activity, the chairmanship of Gordon Brown, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who is also the UN Special Envoy on Education. The commission was formed to look into the state of education and education globally and recommend ways and means to improve the situation. The commission, which was famously came to be known as Education Commission, did an in-depth analysis of the situation, the state of affairs. We went to several research organizations from major institutions, academic institutions, and other research institutions. And it came out with a report we called the learning generation. I recall the learning generation. The commission reported that there was an unprecedented education crisis in the world. The crisis is more pronounced in the developing countries, Africa being worse off There are many findings, but many conclusions and findings, but let me mention about 4. The first one is that in terms of the level of development, educational development, developing countries are lagging far behind the developed countries. The level we are at today in education development is what developed countries were in 50 or 70 years ago. It demonstrates how far behind we are. You see the blackboard and the chalk. The other sections happens. So you can see. But the second thing is that there were 263 million children and young people who were supposed to be at school were not in school. Of these 263 million, 100 million are from Africa. So you have a world of 5 continents. The 263 million children out of school, and 100 million of these are only in one continent. The third observation, of those who are in school, many don't complete school. Proper place rates are quite high. It was estimated from the research that only 67% complete complete primary school education, which means 33% are not. 63% is a huge number. If it was 5%, less than 5%, it's manageable. Well, the chair had said things have improved a lot. But when this report, when these observations were made, I was taking my typical example, my own personal example. When I was president, when I visited districts, many of the district commissioners would be there saying, enrollment rate has reached 110%. So, okay, fine. If it is 110%, then it means you did not know how many are supposed to be in school. It's not a compliment. It's not a compliment. It's a demonstration that exactly your data collection is wrong. You should usually come up with 100%. But if you say, then I said, oh, congratulations. But at the end of the day, I'm saying it's not a compliment. Because it appears you did not know how many we are supposed to be enrolled. But whenever these commissioners tell me, the next question I ask is, how many boys and girls have completed primary school or set for the standard 7 exam? Don't give me the number. So, but how many were there? Were they 7 years ago? This is the way to go. And you will be amazed. One time I went to Tulu and Nari was the district commissioner for Tulu. I asked him this question. He said they started 7,500. those who sat for the exam were 4,800, which means close to 3,000 have dropped out. Because don't take pride in this data. Just keep it inquisitive. Ask some questions. So when I was being told this data, they say when you come to secondary school, at least the regions, they'll tell you there were so many have been enrolled in secondary school. So I said, how many are in school? Oh, so many girls. There was a time I was commissioning a dormitory for girls. We gave that dormitory the name of my wife. Fine. But then I was told 20 girls are not school. 20 girls are not school. They are already many. So one of the problems we found that program plates are quite high in the development world. Number 4, for those who complete schooling, the learning outcomes are low. The learning outcomes are measured. You are education experts. The learning outcomes are measured by how they pass the exams. The reports we had there, just a 50% of primary school and slightly a quarter of secondary school students are not learning enough. They are not getting the skills that they are supposed to get for that level of education. That's the definition of learning. You're not getting the skills that they're supposed to get for that level of education. Well, the same is being said even for our university graduates. I'm the chancellor. I'm not sure if my graduates from the university are also in this category. These are the observations of our International Commission on Financing Global Education. Number 5, in Africa, only 20% of children and young people can have access to secondary school education. Somebody made the observation, I think it's yes. But I think only 6% of young boys and girls from primary school could transit to secondary school. That's why we have to back on that massive project of building secondary schools. We have no option. We cannot remain a country of primary school leavers. At least in the 10 years, I have left 3,000 secondary schools. And we are able to make it that at least every boy or girl who passes the primary school exam can have a place in secondary school. The famous words in the past were, he has not been selected, not that he failed. Now, if they don't get a place, if they don't get selected for secondary school, they have failed. At that time, the number was only 5% of younger adults and access to tertiary education. Now the figure I think is going up to close to 10%. But Africa is essential, a continent of primary school. How do you develop a continent where the majority of the people are primary school? Primary school education is literacy education. Let's be honest. It's literacy education. It's about reading, writing, and arithmetic. So if you really want to build a nation to develop, you have to go beyond primary school. The majority of our people have to have secondary school education at the back. If you want to build a middle class, which is critical for the growth of that economy, build a middle class when the majority of the people have secondary school education. So these are some of it. There's a lot of that. I took these 5. There's a lot that. Ladies and gentlemen, these findings are very telling of the situation that we are in. This demonstrates that the enormity of the catching up game we have to do on our side. To 70 years behind. $100 million plus and not in school. Those who are in school are not learning enough. Don't complete the education. They're not learning enough. So if we huge catching up game to do on the continent, we have no other option but to strive and aspire to get there. If we don't do that, the situation in Africa will be even more challenging. In one of the observations in this is that as the world advances, many jobs are being lost to automation. And by 2050, half of the jobs people are doing today will be lost to automation. By 2025, in Europe and Sweden, there will be more driverless cars. That's where we're headed to. Call for an Uber, seated in Sasani, the car comes, you are notified on your right or on a smartphone, it's already there. You come out, there is no driver, but the car is there. You open the door, you go on the car, and the car leaves and drops you exactly Millennium Tower, and then bye-bye. That's the world we're heading to. There is a mapping here. The jobs that have been lost already, and many more are coming. So, the world we're headed to is only those with higher levels of skills will be employable. Those with less levels of skills will not make it. But 2050, this continent is going to have 2 billion people. Out of those 2 billion, 1 billion will be young people. If you have 1 billion young people who don't have the skills, who are not employable, what becomes at point? We'll have banks. So this will have far-reaching social, economic, and political implications. The skills gaps that is going to be deficient in young people will be stability and security. As current events sadly I demonstrate, discontented, jobless youth is a prey for criminal gangs, drug traffickers, illegal arms dealers, human traffickers, as well as extremist elements in society. They will exploit their anger and become spiritually. It should not be left to continue. We have to invest in education. For young people, the skills they need. So that they will be participants and not observers in the world. So if we don't put our act together from this report, by 2050, while Africa will be sending 15% tertiary education, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea will be sending 80%. They will guarantee 80% of their young adults to have access to tertiary education. Well, already 15%. That's why I thought, let me use this opportunity to have some of the observations of aware of the magnitude of the challenge, the Commission put forward 4 key recommendations. First, must invest in improving management, the performance of the education system. Management is about efficiency, it's about cutting waste and ensuring better education. We always talk about finance. Fine. But if you get finance in an efficient education system, you don't get the results. This report, one of the studies done was the comparison between 2 developing countries, Vietnam and Tunisia. These are upper middle income countries. They are spending the same amount of GDP per capita on education. The learning outcomes in Vietnam are 96%, in Tunisia, 64%. same amount of money. In Vietnam, it's 96%. United States, 64%. There is the factor of management. If we improve on management, even the money we are getting now, which we may say is not enough, and do a lot more. When I say that, I'm not saying we should not increase financing. No. I'm going to come to the fact. Of course, the summary in terms of efficiency, management is better use of data to improve learning, inform policy, curriculum development. The second proposition is leveraging science and technology to bridge innovation and innovative ways to learning, teaching, delivery of education. In this book, one of the things that is recommended, let every school be connected to the internet. Taking advantage of the internet, the modern ICT technology to achieve scale. We have seen during the COVID crisis when one of the intervention was closing schools, and children should not go to school. But when schools were closed all over the world, in the developing world, schools were completely closed. And students were not studying. But in Sweden, in America, schools were closed, but children were ready. I'm a member of the Harvard Ministerial Program. There is a ministerial program in Harvard for training ministers for chairing that program at the university. But when the outbreak of COVID came, they just closed the school. Remember, but everybody has been studying. People have been completing their education, they've been graduating online. When we closed the university, I was a still professor. Because we are dreaming the idea if this closure continues, the third-year students will not complete, not be able to take first years next year. So everything. So when the Prime Minister said we are opening university, in other universities in the world, business continues. Children are studying. Children are studying. Like one of my daughters studying fashion design. The university is closed. She came back home, but his classes. And so I think they are now finished the semester. It's also it's a recommendation which we came up with in 2015. We didn't know that sometimes there is this COVID monster is going to surface. But it is a recommendation which has been relevant. Because we're working with global education research institutions which are going out of faster. So leveraging modern science and technology for learning, teaching, and delivery of education. Recommended one of the recommendations here that every school be connected to them. When I was president, we started a project we called Education Tanzania Youth Project TPT. We are trying to introduce the use of the internet. Because after we invested a lot in the optic fiber. One thing people did not understand why I invested so much money. My idea is let's connect every school, every hospital, every government office to optic fiber. If we succeed in doing that, then one teacher that you know can teach mathematics for all schools in the world, in the country. Because we connect to the internet. So this talk of a shortage of teachers, science, you can really connect all schools to the internet. Just overcome. So that's one of those important recommendations. The third was the issue of inclusiveness. SDG 4 is for education. It's talking about don't leave anybody behind. Challenges. Challenges, some are being excluded from accessing education for cultural reasons. Some just don't believe that a girl's place is in the kitchen. In terms of age, they look for a husband. When it comes to choices between educating a girl and a boy, they have little money. You stay home. It's the boy who is being sent. There are those who are being excluded because of being poor. They cannot afford because of poverty, levels of income. There are those who are being excluded because political differences, geographical differences in some societies, certain tribes are not being given the opportunity to go to school. But the others are being privileged. So the common factor here is captures inclusiveness. But before that, in innovation, that is where we underscore involving non-state actors in the provision of education. Because that is also part of innovation. Innovative ways to make sure that we deliver education. Because we're always thinking about the state, it's the government, it's the government. In this book, we are recommending innovation. Innovative ways in bringing the non-state elements. So that is where TENMET is being underlined. TENMET, faith-based organizations, CSOs. But on inclusion, that is the fact. You know, we came out that there's a segment of people in society who are accessing education because of
certain idiosyncrasies, certain taboos, or realities in society. So we say inclusion should be important. Fourth, it's about finance. So you manage your education system well. You leverage modern science and technology. You ensure inclusion. These are what is going to happen. This is what will allow you to children in school and everything. But financing is what is going to make it happen. So it's going to make it possible for all these things to happen. So the issue of financing was under. And the position here has been, let's look for finding innovative ways to finance education over and above existing efforts. In essence, it's the responsibility of government, no doubt about that. But we found when we have realized the limitations of government. Governments in developing countries, we're talking of governments of poor. We've been saying, okay, increase the government budget. I toured 15 countries of Africa to sensitize them about education, community work of education. Some of these are countries that we have to visit them because girls at the age of 15, they are all married. They are all married. So again, some of these are, I visited one of these countries. I spoke to the president. I was trying to visit it, but he said, "No, just be open. Girls will be married at 15. I said, yes, it's a big one. I have to make a degree. And people are fighting me for making that degree. They like them to marry them at 15. I was president. I visited Rupa. One of the problems I thought was that pregnancy in school, and it's pregnancy in primary schools. And I went to secondary school, in the border with Zambia. I called the girls in 4-1. So let me find, stand up. There was this school. So even these are now in secondary school at this school. How about those? They standard 6 academic. Then I talked to the man. And I think I had she's been through university. She's married. She has children. What is it that makes you think that if you marry them at standard 6, that young? Some of our people are. There's some of the problems that we face. When you tell someone, they think you're just telling lies. These are the practical realities. So, I'm not going to buy it. education is the number one line item. But it is 20% of a small budget. It's the reality now. Can't do much. So the community government got to find some ways. There are some ways somewhere. See if you can really do that and get more money for the education sector. We look at that's why I was saying that when I got this message to come and talk about collective accountability for financing collective business, this is the place I should go and tell them and talk to them about it. So that's one aspect. Then we looked at the governments are doing their best, but they need to be supported definitely. They won't do much. What is our percentage of education budget? 20%. We tried hard to make education, and even the 17% is the number one line item. The others for, but 17% of the small line. So we looked at on financing the role of the development partners. So the role of development partners is critical to support developing countries in financing education. One thing that we observe is that ODA for education cut from 2% to 10% over the years. Of course, there's been an increment on the health sectors and infrastructure. So our recommendations in the commission has been, first, stem the decline. Don't go below 10 now, it's bad enough. First, trend. Start moving upwards. Don't go to 13 and beyond 13. That's one. Because as I said, we are working with many experts, and they said, even if ODAs increase to 13 or 15%, there will still be gaps in terms of finance for education. That is where we in our commission we assign some of us. So our commission had a broad participation. There are those of us who are political. I was there. There was Barroso, president of the EU. There was former president of Mexico. There were a number of us. I joined when I was state president, and we continued after time. We had also Professor Summers, Nobel Economics laureates. We had Nobel laureates. We had rich people like Jack Ma. We had president of the World Bank in that team. So we set up a team. There was Bozi, KJ, Nigeria. We set up a team of people now to look what are going to be the alternative, possible alternative ways to increase financing for education. In the outcome of that work, you may have heard, now we have what we call the International Financing Facility for Education. The argument was, it is a financing facility after we had the big problem of AIDS. The Global Fund was created. Fight AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis. So you say we need that kind of intervention for education. It was not easy. I remember when Gordon Brown and I were speaking in the World Bank on this, we had one of the last observation by one of the journalists there, thinking that we are just being done black. And we have a lot of advocacy. We went to G20 in Hamburg, talk about it, in Argentina, in several fora. At the end of the day, we were able to succeed. Now the IFFE has been established. It is housed in the World Bank. The idea is to leverage, you have multilateral banks setting aside money, and then you have countries contributing as much. With that allocation, then the multilateral banks can access finance in the financial market and get more money. And this money is now going to be given, to be loaned to developing countries at concessional prices so that they can afford and finance education. Because this is directed towards low income, middle income countries, but particularly the low middle income countries. The middle income countries are two categories: lower and upper. Tanzania is in the lower income countries. When you're in the lower middle income countries, you're not very much different from the low income countries. But when we're in the middle income countries like Tanzania is now, Tanzania ceases to get money from the concessional window. So when it becomes a middle income country, you don't get money from the concessional windows now. You're out of IDA. Then you have got to go to the non-concessional, non-concessional funding. And this is where the challenge is. But we are still not very different from where we were before January. So this facility now is dedicated to assisting these countries access financing. So I think that's what we need with education, with financing. But the point is, countries have a responsibility to increase, fight waste, fight theft, fight corruption, so that the money that you have will be able to do the work. As the point we are saying is, we are saying in innovation that we have government, we have developed partners, but we have non-state actors. That is where comes in. That is where faith-based organizations come in. That is where private foundations come in. That is where wealthy people come in. Wealthy people, private foundations that contribute to education. So what I can say to you, the important players, and in your speech you said clearly how much you're contributing towards the development of the education agenda in the country. All that I can say is this: continue to do. Complements the efforts of government. Donors' contribution complements the efforts of governments. Governments' increased commitment to finance more and more, to send more and more money for education is what is going to be the game changer. So, with those many words, Chairman, thank you again for inviting me. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share some of the insights of the work that we've done. Why did we call it the learning generation? We said these are challenges, but we have to aspire to have them resolved. We are looking looking at 2040, latest 2050. Developing countries should be at the same level with the developed. We say it is 12 because there are already some high income developing countries which are almost there. The countries like Malaysia, they're in the developing world. They're just like, only they can get there. Tanzania. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together to our guest of honor. Football court, right? So that it fits into what we'll be discussing in the next 2 days. There is a very special request for the chief guests to listen in to the next, to a very important presentation as a reaction to your address to us. So please bear with us, give us your time. Please listen in, it may feed into a lot of what you already know, what you will take away. Very good. I'm going to move you as we have participants joining us online, and I'm also going to call the panel, the chair's permission to weigh this evening. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, a picture moment. If you can find it online. All right, so may I please now request that we move to the lower chairs? We have reserved seating up there. National number.
So you can do it.
So let's proceed. Let's make sure that the participant joining us online is ready. Dr. Smithell, please join us. And Julie Juma, ActionAid International. All right, she will be joining us shortly. ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this as much as we can. I believe it's going to be interactive as well. Our experts are here joining us online. There you are. Karibu sana from. Can we see you? Can we get an audio from you just very quickly before we begin? No, that's actually the translator. I was thinking, where she gets. All right, very well. We're trying to connect, but we'll get our mic shortly. Karibu sana, mwenyekiti. Let's make this lively. It was a fantastic keynote address, so I believe it's going to be a lot of fun. Karibu sana.
Good morning once again. With me, I have a panelist, distinguished panelists, who are going to share some light on the theme of the conference, reimagining participation, collective accountability for financing participation. My name is Aochola, I'm the moderator of the session. And on my right side, we have Dr. Sepel Siafu, a national coordinator for a course program, adult education. On my left side, sorry. On my right side, we have Dr. Theodora Bali, a university lecturer from Udom University, Kadoma. But also in the panel, we have Honorable Judith Kabinga, a member of Parliament. And online, we shall be having Julie Juma, a program manager from ActionAid International. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session. We would wish to get your reflection first on the theme of collective accountability, financing for participation. Let us begin with Dr. Sepel. You have heard the native speech from the former president, but also you have heard a lot of opening speech. But again, I understand you have been in the education sector for quite some time. And now, what's your reflection on the collective accountability of financing participation? And this particular question will go to Dr. Sepel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing me to react to nice keynote address that was given by former president. Glad that we recognize that it comes in Mandela University. It's great that this contribution fund as we are here. So thank you. And with that to presentation that was made, I want to react to one of the items that was highlighted. It is on the increasing rates of dropouts within Africa. And in that report, there was a mention of having 260 million out of school in the world, and 100 of them they are from Africa. And it was also mentioned that there was about 37% of children that are dropping out of school. And so we are at this part, is Africa, is a nation, compared to what is happening in the world country. So what is my reaction towards that? Because when we see this now, the percentage which he said is alarming. So what should we do with Africa? What should we do with Tanzania? What is our contribution now to react against this phenomenon? I just want to say that we know for sure that the 2030 agenda is requiring countries to ensure that no one is left behind in the education sector. And by saying no one should be left behind, it means even those who are dropping out of the school system, or those who got not got the chance to be in school, we are at home, we are brought back to school in different forms. And we know that Tanzania, as a country, has basically reflected in the kind of that Tanzania has, set 6 priority programs in the ESP. And when you look at the 6 priority programs in the ESP, the priority program number 3, it speaks about the activities under the Bavarian Reform Organization subsector, with some roles in it. Under this subsector, the government mentions that there will be provision of education for out of school in 2 ways. The first way is education provision in terms of continuing education. That is to say, bringing back to school those who opt out, those who continue formal schooling, and a complementary education pathway. And with this, to render from the primary school, we have which is currently run at the moment, but also we have already learning programs in that, and we have a proposal program which I will coordinate nationally. And when you look at this private program number 3 in the ESP, it intends to ensure that those who drop out of the school system will at least by government peoples be brought back to school, whether by being back to the formal school or by either getting skills for employment, so that we have at least very skills in our gender lives. And for human rights, we have been testing a model for the ICT for the after school program. Those who are literally in the street, they have been brought back, and they're in the ICT model, and some internet in there right now. They've even started doing robots in that. So we want to issue as far as part of our speech that we want to ensure that we go fast. And by 2050, will be in the same level as what's happening there. So we say, while the school sector is being improved by the government through many initiatives that is happening right now, the out of school themselves also the government has invested in. And we know the financing that the government is putting into the school sector. We know that there has been, there has been a balancing gap of about 2.8% by the time it was written. But when the government partners came in to partner with the government, that gap was increased to 1.5%. So what does it tell? It tells about the theme of this conference, about collective accountability when it comes to financing the organization. So we believe that with the core, working between the government and the development partners, it will be possible to narrow down the financing gap in education. That is to say, financing more on the school sector education programs, but also financing more on the academic formal sector, which the East Valley question is estimated for that, to ensure that we push, the rate of dropouts and the rate of those who are not in school. But he also spoke about those who are in school, who are finished, but they don't have the required skills. But in this subject, we know which the government is investing right now through ESP program, which intends at boosting the level of skills to graduates, but also to those who are working on the informal sector. And we at the academic institution, we have been piloting some models in Mwanza to ensure that we help the Mamalishe industry, we have sort kind of people to get skills that will be able to improve what they do on the college, on the universities. And at the moment, as per the current base, we know there are more than 200 learners at the moment going on training in different training centers through the course program, IQEC program, that through COVID programs in FPC and in audio. And currently, we know the work with the sponsor to set the program to ensure that girls who have dropped out of school or missed political schooling through pregnancy or through CFN post-marriage, they'll get a chance to go back to school and at least attain their goal that they have before they become. So even what is happening in the group of before, we are sure with this new phase that it will be possible to bring them back to school. So this is my immediate reaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, for illuminating information concerning the reaction from the speech given by the former president, but also on the theme. I think just now turn to Dr. Theodori. What's your take on the speech of the former president, but also the
education. And I think what I really took out, we are saying, everybody was saying the government should increase money, and that it increase the percent of the budget invested in education. And he alerted us that if it does, it seems more much money that is going into our education. And that reminded me of my years when I was still at work. And I worked as a community development worker then. And we worked I worked in the rural area, and that was in the Roma region. And we were mobilizing efforts. I think this is the route we want to go as civil activists. We want to go that route so that people realize that they have to do it. And I know, we say government, public-private partnership has been more visible in health sector than it is in education. And I think we need to do that more, so that we can have more visibility in public-private partnership in financing education. And it's not that the private sector is free, parents are free, but I think the recognition is not matter is still being recognized in the so I think this is the route we need to go, so that everybody realizes that we really need to put money into the education. Because otherwise, we will keep on crying. I mean, now, with the information from the government side, is that it is 17%. But the education product, that is a small budget. So if you have 17% of the small budget, yes, it is lower than the benchmark of 20, but it is something. It's still small budget. So if it's small budget, we see that smaller resources are going into education. And education is a key to everything. Some things I really appreciate that he has enlightened us, and he also has given us more tasks to do as seniors, that we really need to put our heads together and have more broader based resources that are coming into education and focus on this and we're going to do that. That would be my reaction of really appreciation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Theodori, for your response. And now I'm reaching out to Honorable Member of Parliament, Judith Kabila. We have a topic reimagining what is education, collective accountability for community quality education. Can we get a response on the topic and the speech that has been given?
Regarding keynote address and compared to on issues regarding financing, I should say that protecting domestic financing, financing education, I'm saying this because privacy and looking at the landscape that national conditions and say we should reach the 20% or 50%. Right there at the almost there. That's why I say it's all about political. There was a time in which I think I'm saying of the president of Honorable the Hamish Question. There was a time in which 2.8%, I think that's the highest that we have reached in the past 15 years. That's why I say it's all about political. I strongly believe the government can fund the sector which is required right now. I strongly believe that the system of deciding which sector should be prioritized in Congress. But here there are two issues. If we tell the government today to reach the number of 20%, it's totally easy, but there is a challenge. Challenges in financing the education sector have piled. And from my own perspective, there is no way to tell the government to allocate annual funding to the education sector of all the long-lasting challenges in the education sector because they are piled. I don't think the government is able to cater for all the challenges magically in a duration annual or something budget plan or something like that. So for me, financing or resolving these challenges, perhaps there can be only one solution, coming up with a duration plan to catch the challenges of the education sector. Because they're planned, they're made, there is no way we can categorize in our duration plan budget. Allocating the 20% is going to be very easy, but the education sector has been having challenges for a long period of time. And overcoming question, there has to be a duration plan. And I think that duration plan, the government should see that it shouldn't exceed 5 years from now. Because as days goes on, the challenges are piling up day after day. And here I should say that why is it important to have a duration plan to resolve all these piled up education challenges? It's because where we're heading, it's going to be more complicated. We already have reached some accomplishments in the education sector, including the enrollment of students. We are reaching 11 million. So we must have a plan to ensure that the students that are enrolling in schools are getting the quality of education that they need. If it's 50,000 teachers that are needed in schools, they are happy with them. If it is 18,000 classrooms that are needed in schools to be to study comfortably in classrooms, they have to be there. If it is increasing computation, they have to be there because it's totally not meaningful. It's not increasing enrollment, but yet not being able to overcome the qualification they need. As for the past 5 years, students that are completing studies according to the secondary education, they have been facing barriers of not going through because of lack of classrooms. I commend the government efforts of ensuring that their applications plans from time to time plans. There has to be a time where we have master graduation plans as these completion plans are stopped. And so as students from primary school to secondary do go smoothly secondary education. But now, if you're having all these things after the duration plan, if you're having classrooms, if you have teachers, education foundation, it's this whole education. With all these pillars that we will have quality education, enhancing the quality of the education sector. Maybe yes, maybe no. And this is where I want to talk about education by basing on a modern education. And this is where we cannot go away from science, technology, and innovation, because the rest of the world is going there. And His Excellency has touched that base and he has said everything that we're supposed to do as a country in relation to science, technology, and innovation. As we speak today, I'm saying this because I'm a member of Parliament representative. A lot of young people are in the state. They are on streets because they have been subjected to a 16 years education system that has not to do with truth. And yet they are told after 16 years of being in education systems, whereby they were only taught about being employed, they're being told to employ themselves. And after 16 years of being told, all that they need to know about employment, and the largest employer is the government, which cannot employ all Tanzanian graduates, they're told to employ themselves with what skills? They don't have skills to employ themselves. So they are on streets, thousands, devastated. And worse enough, some of the students have been in colleges for 3 years. And then after 3 years, they tell them their universities are not yet registered. So all that they have been getting in 3 years, they don't even get certificates, which they thought they'll be. Now, they have been employed, they don't have the skills. But even the skills that some of them took them, for example, from the agricultural universities, they can't employ them, they can't apply them in their daily lives. For example, in America, there are universities that are teaching agriculture. But if a student now has to go, it goes out there and wants to open a veterinary shop. After 3 years of being in those universities, you're being told in order to open this veterinary shop, you must have a certificate of veterinary. So you have to pay another $500,000 for you to open that. But further, you cannot open after having a certificate of veterinary. You just have to go and get certificate get illegal. I don't know. My dad will do something like that. Of course, that can be taken even by a 7 graduate, but you've been to school for 16 years, but university. So it's a very mixed up system whereby it devastates a lot of young people. That's why I'm saying, what are we really financing in the education sector? Is it policy? Is it policy? Or what are we financing? And for me, where we're headed, the rest of the world is getting technology. When you look at the most 10 richest people in the world, 7 of them got their wealth either through science, technology, or innovation. 7. That's what the world is going. But looking at how the higher education goes for the expanding the higher university students, 64% of the funds goes to social science, but somewhere stuck now. And when we look at the statistics on what the higher education goes for the expanding, the students, 54% goes to Sana, then science goes to the rest. But even the science sector, for example, you see the mathematics teachers, they're being funded by 0.04. But when we talk about science, technology, innovation, there are 4 key issues that you have to address. In fact, one of them is mathematics and science. But the loans were funded by 0.04%. And then looking at oil and gas, I think it's 5%. And looking at Uhandisi or Majengo, it's 11%. So all the relevant subjects that we could really get a presentation to where the world is heading, it's not being funded properly. So for me, there are issues that as a nation we have to reflect. And one of them including taking very serious issues around science, technology, innovation, and investing into mathematics, because that's where the foundation of innovation is. But lastly, I should say that as a country, we should form strategic partnership. There is no problem as a partnering with countries that have highest technology advancement, so as we can learn and adapt. But further, we should build strong foundations and respect to the demands of modern education. There is no problem with learning from other neighboring countries, rich learning activities in internationally. We can invite experts, and we can let as a country. And good enough, our current president is very persistent when it comes to revamping our education system and curriculum, and ensuring that youth have skills. So I think we can partner with countries that have already advanced us. We can really let us a country what we do for education. But lastly, we should have integrated and progressive approach between government and area, private sector, and citizens. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Let me now turn to my panelists online. Julie Juma, are you there?
Yes, I'm here now.
Can you hear me from where you are in Malawi?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the panel discussion. I hope you have been following up since we started. And I have a question for you that you can respond. But to start with, can you give us your reflection on the theme? But if you are also following from the discussion here and the presentation from the guests of honor, can you also share some light?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you hear me from where you are?
Yes, I can.
Yes, if you were following discussion and the presentation from the guests of honor, can you give us your reflection on the theme together with the presentation from the guests of honor?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I don't know if you can hear me because I could not hear clearly what was being said before. So I hope you can all hear me clearly. Yes, I can. Okay, can I proceed? Okay. So good morning, all distinguished delegates to this conference. And thank you very much, TENMET, for inviting me to be part of this very important quality education. Thank you very much, moderator. I don't know if you can hear me because I could not hear clearly what was being said before. So I hope you can all hear me clearly.
Yes, proceed, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm getting a playback of my voice after I've spoken. I don't know what's happening. Distinguished delegates to this conference, and thank you very much. Can someone help with that? It's like my voice is being repeated after I've spoken. Quality education. Thank you very much, moderator. I don't know if you can hear me because
Yes, we have a little challenge. Somebody is fixing it, but we can proceed.
Okay. So actually, this conference is happening at the right time, as in July, as we may all be aware, which is on the 28th and 29th. The United Kingdom and Kenya will be co-hosting the Global Education Summit, where the Global Partnership for Education is expected to raise $5 billion for financing education. Can I proceed? Hello, can I proceed? You don't seem to be hearing me. Hello. Can you hear me now? Hello, can I proceed? You don't seem to be hearing me.
You can proceed now, we can hear.
Okay, so I was saying that this conference is happening at the right time, as in July, which is the 28th to 29th, the United Kingdom and Kenya will be co-hosting the Global Education Summit, where the Global Partnership for Education is expected to raise $5 billion for financing education. So evidence has shown that the COVID-19 pandemic, which at its peak saw 1.5 billion children out of school, contributed to exacerbating existing inequalities within education. So in the keynote address, the guest of honor actually highlighted most of the challenges that are facing the education sector. So the pandemic has also laid bare the impact of decades of chronic underfunding in critical public services such as education. So unless there is a rapid sea change in terms of financing allocations to public education, there's a real risk that countries will fail to meet targets set out under SDG 4. So in the process, undermining the recent progress that has been made. And the clock is actually ticking. We only have 9 years to 2030. So action really needs to be taken now. So the pandemic has increased the annual financing gap for education in low and middle income countries from 148 billion to almost 200 billion, placing the future of millions of learners at risk. Therefore, domestic financing is and will remain the most significant and sustainable form of funding for education. Research has shown that countries with successful education systems have allocated at least 20% of their annual expenditure to education. Therefore, what I'm going to share with you now is that action needs to be taken on the 4 S's of domestic financing of education. So this focuses on the size, the share, the sensitivity, and scrutiny of allocations to the sector. So the share of the budget is the percentage of the budget spent on education. The recommended international benchmark of 15 to 20% of national budgets, or 4 to 6% of the GDP. That is what is recommended that countries should be spending on education. I'll give the example of Tanzania, that the sector allocation is 13.6% of the total budget in the financial year 2019 to 20, which is down from 14.8% in the financial year 2017 to 2018. So here, urgent action is needed to increase the share of the budget. The second S refers to the size of government revenue overall. In the keynote address, we heard that having a share of 20% is not enough if the overall size of the government revenue is small. So there is need for countries to increase their tax to GDP ratio through fair and progressive tax. The IMF and World Bank estimate that anything below 15% is insufficient to carry out even the most basic state functions. However, the average across sub-Saharan Africa is 17.2%, and this was in 2019. Whereas in OECD countries, it was 34.2% in the same year. So you can see that this demonstrates a stark difference in terms of the amounts available for governments to invest in public service delivery. From the research that ActionAid conducted, it shows that Tanzania currently has a low tax GDP ratio at 11.9%. So it's below the sub-Saharan average of 17.2, but it's also well below the minimum thresholds of 15% considered necessary to finance even the most basic of state functions. Therefore, there is extra urgency for raising taxes in a fair and progressive way, including through setting new global rules for ensuring companies pay their fair share of taxes, raising taxes on excess profits and wealth, ending harmful tax incentives through which developing countries lose $138 billion a year, and also preventing aggressive tax avoidance and stopping illicit financial flows. So from the study that I mentioned that ActionAid conducted, it was estimated that the government of Tanzania in 2018 lost $531.5 million each year to harmful tax incentives and tax treaties. So to put this in context, what this means is just 20% of this amount would be enough to cover the salaries of about 30,213 newly qualified teachers, which is 60% of the primary school teachers needed across the country. And to end on this size, I would like to quote what the president of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, said at the February 2018 GPE financing conference in Dakar, Senegal. He said, and I quote, "We cannot depend on other people to finance education on our continent. The money is available in the continent. Every year, $50 billion go out of Africa by illicit means." So what I would like to emphasize here is those loopholes through which Africa is losing these funds were closed. Countries would be able to increase the overall size of their budgets. So they will get more revenue, be able to increase the overall size of their budgets. And then when the share of the budget is given to different sectors, that amount will be substantive. The third S is the sensitivity of allocations within education. So this one is focusing on equity. So it's not enough just to allocate the higher end of the recommended benchmark, let's say 20% of the budget on education, when these funds are not reaching the most marginalized children. So the sensitivity of the budget relates to the extent to which budgets and spending address educational inequalities, gender sensitive and inclusion. And finally, the fourth S is the scrutiny. The scrutiny of the budget helps to ensure that the money arrives where it is needed and it is properly spent. So in many countries, budgets are not transparent, and inefficiency and corruption mean money doesn't reach schools, especially in disadvantaged areas. So there's therefore need for increased analysis of education expenditure by teachers, citizens, civil society at all levels, as well as the parliament. So where do we go from here? What I would conclude from what has been discussed here is that as we are reimagining education, so the following is needs to be considered. One, increase financing. So urgent action should be taken to increase the financing of education, taking into consideration the 4S framework as cited above. We need to take action on teachers. We have all seen the incredible commitment and resilience of teachers worldwide in sustaining teaching and learning during the pandemic. So it's important to commit to continue investing in strengthening their capacity, recognizing the instrumental role they play in determining learning outcomes. And the role of technology, which was also highlighted during the keynote address, it's a key in improving learning outcomes, and there's therefore need to commit to leverage technology-supported learning to improve equity in access to education and close the digital divide. Closing the digital divide is very important, and I was very happy with what the keynote address talked about. Let's connect every school, because that will address the inequalities that have been brought to bear during the pandemic, whereas some children continued learning and others did not continue learning. Currently in sub-Saharan Africa, 89% of learners do not have access to household computers. 82% lack internet access. So really this point is very important, that we need to ensure that we close the digital divide. So in conclusion, what I would say, to fully deliver on our global commitments, which I mentioned earlier, that we only have 9 years to go before 2030, and prevent on progress for gender equality in and through education around the world, we must strive to build back equal and resilient education systems where no child is left behind. Thank you.
having extra sources of income, which alternatively they can be used to fund the education sector. Like this type of programs.
Julie is back. Julie, if you're back, can you hear me? Hello, Julie. She's not back. So
Sorry, I could hardly hear anything.
yes, we had a problem with connectivity, but if you're back, we can give you 2 minutes to shed light on the theme.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
What I'm saying, we had a challenge with technology here. As much as we're talking about technology and education system, we had our own challenge to take. We are almost winding up.
Sorry, I could hardly hear anything. Again.
Well, should connect to a possibly another.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
For their final word, but before their final word, if you have a question from the floor, only 2 questions in the interest of time. We can allow 2 questions to any panelist. If you have a question, please, you can just raise your hand.
Sorry, I could hardly hear anything.
Yes, Richard, from you.
Thank you. But is a comment that I would like to make. And we can take the American Mr. President, thank you very much for the work which led to now, my thinking is that that's going to be a very good facility that will help many countries to get loans to develop their education. But the only problem that I note with that facility is that it has some strings attached that if you're a country or an economy that has a lot of debts, you are not, eligible to get a loan. So that means a lot of the countries will not be eligible for the loan. I can give you an example, like even if they ask this capital given a loan, a lot of our countries here, for instance, Kenya, has a lot of debts. And so if IMF says you must be able to pay only 12% of the national budget for loans that you take, but you're paying more than that. For instance, Kenya pays up to 6% for loans. Uganda pays more than 30% of the national budget for loans. That means these countries are not eligible for the national budget. So is it possible then that the Commission ask or begin a conversation with most of these countries that are highly choking debts to begin a process of conversation of either rescheduling debts or cancellation of debts, so that countries can be eligible for this one, but also be able to raise much of the needed finances. That for me is the biggest problem with the international money.
Do you want some response from that, or is that
just some thoughts?
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, of course, we are just a commission. We are not an executive authority. We were just looking at trying to find solutions to how countries can get access to financing. So one of the things we did was to impress upon the World Bank and the multilateral financial institutions like the others that to have more money for education. Because, for example, in the IDA replenishment, the World Bank got a lot of money. And our appeal to the World Bank has been allocate part of this money, increase more money for education. Because as I said, financing for education is the funds for education is declining. The G to 10% is very substantial. So our appeal has been we have to increase financing for education. That is one. So we have made that also appealing to our development bank and the other multilateral financial institutions to increase financing for education. Because we've been working on the establishment of the international financing facility for education. After it has been established, it no longer belongs to the Commission. The Commission created the idea, we formed the idea. We worked hard towards it. We thank God that at the end of the day, it has been accepted and established. As I was saying, we've been ridiculed in the press when we are talking about it, Gordon Brown and I, but at the end of the day, we are happy that the financing facilities will be built. What are the conditions for accessing loans? It is no longer again in the hands of the Commission. The IFC does not belong to the IFFE, does not belong to the Commission. The Commission was just the think tank that ended up creating the institution. So, but of course, I have heard what the colleague has said. Well, I'll just pass on that and see if there's anything that we can do. Of course, the other thing which I should also say is that in terms of institutions that are helping, there is the Global Partnership for Education. Doing a lot of work, doing a lot of work, and translates benefits a lot. I was in Senegal for financing, and I was given the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Commission. There is going to be another meeting in July. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is hosting. All that we are doing, as some of us, is to continue to encourage donors that the pastor students here to increase our money. I hope at the British around in London, yes, we're going to see more and more countries contribute, so that if there's more money, it means that countries like Tanzania and the others are going to benefit, benefit a lot. But I've taken note of what you said about the conditionalities of I don't want to go into the discussion of that, the rationale, the wisdom behind saying, oh, you have borrowed too much, you cannot borrow again. I don't want to get into that. But at least what we did with the Commission, which gives a lot of satisfaction with the rest of our satisfactions, that we came up with an idea, we worked on it, and now the facility. The other facility has created a global fund. You can see how much work it has done. Fighting against malaria, fighting against HIV/AIDS, and the fight against tuberculosis. We have another facility now for education. So I think this way we'll be able to get money outside the formal sources of finance as we are getting money from the GDP. That's what I can say.
There were two L's. Let me just start by the letter there. And you can mention your name and the organization from if it's the question or something.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
His Excellency President Jakaya Quentin, distinguished guests and fellow participants, without forgetting the panelists. Thank you so much for this time. My name is Gloria Anderson. I am the Executive Director of Tanzania Enlightenment Development Innovation, an NGO that works to improve the quality of education by basically providing different programs that are not found in the normal education curriculum of the country, the likes of digital literacy, financial literacy, and entrepreneurial skills. I wanted to contribute a little bit on the theme, but also the contribution that has been made by the panelists by focusing on what Honorable Judy Kapinga has shared regarding the gap that exists in between theories and practices in the education. She has touched mostly the university education, but I would say that the gap does not start in the university education, in the higher learning institution, but it starts from the ground, from the primary education. Because once you're targeting the higher learning institution students, there were once primary students, there were once secondary students. So I think looking at how we're thinking on financing the quality of education, we should think mostly on the modality, the delivery, and also the content from the primary education. We should make sure that the generation that is coming up knows a lot of issues in relation to the digital innovations, in relation to the finance, to the financial literacy. I remember one of the projects we have done in Kuranga last year. We had conducted a program on financial literacy for primary school kids, 5 and 7, 5 to 7. And these kids were coming from very poor families. After teaching them on personal finance management, they were telling us they could not buy books because their parents were not having money. But the same parents were able to give them 1,000 shillings every day for their pocket money. These kids were able to sell 1,000 for like 3 weeks, and they were able to buy themselves books. Now think on how, if we can finance the modality and the content of the education that we provide, and teach them how they can also have startups at that age, because they can do it. If they could be able to sell, to buy books for themselves and not depending on their parents, what can they do in terms of innovation? What can they do in terms of entrepreneurship at a younger age? So I highly recommend financing education in the sense of developing and reviewing the education curriculum that we have as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question. Just go all the way back. There are many, but that is going to be the last step because of the time we have go beyond that. The guy from the front with the front.
But I'm from Convention Tanzania, and we are working with IQEC by providing materials which are competence-based learning and that provide a skill that will help them to be able to be sustainable even after reaching a form or level. As my colleague said, that side is the economy is not about financing actually better the curriculum that we have. It's not really addressing the skill development of the learners, rather addressing the content area and passing examinations. We have people who now are graduates who have been developing to figure out how they can pass the examination. So scores has been the real focus and not the skill which is required to do well. So our graduates are not being able to be competitive worldwide because of what they have. It was just passing exam and get that score and not being able to do the skill really improve the system that we have. So my comment here is for us to figure out how we can be able to finance the curriculum change and focus on skill development and not just content that gives them performance information, rather working skills and learning skills that will be helpful for them for the future of this country. Thank you.
With those two questions and comments, let me just turn to the panelists for their 1 minute summary of what said. Dr. Melo.
I don't want to be defensive, but I also don't want Irene to say something that will make them we are blaming the victims. The victims here are young people who have no jobs. And we say the education system has failed because they have not learned whatever they are supposed to do, and now they are not hired. We are blaming the victims. And I think we should, as a special needs educationists, I would say, we have to always focus on the problem. They are learning some things. It's just we don't have the environment that will take all of them on board. And we have to identify whether we consider at the universities, we do have that responsibility of diversifying our curricula so that we can make them more employable or they can set for themselves. But again, we should not focus on saying they are not hired because they have not really qualified. They are going to the system of education, but they have not learned anything. That will not help because we are still learning them and they are ready to help them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much. There are some things that we may need to make use of that. Back to Dr. Silva. 1 minute summary.
I just want to say that staff education requires collective effort in government and people partners. So I find this really very challenging. And for those seriously partners working with the out of school, we welcome you on board to work with the institutional education in financing education out of school in terms of those who are brought back to secondary school education, those who are brought back to primary school education, and as well as those who are transitioning through already the pathways. So those angels, like what the former Minister just said, who are working on the skills around you, the institute will actually support you as a government entity to ensure that there is a recognition of what you are doing, but also to give you expertise on how to interact with your and other populations. So we welcome you all to work with us. The government has set this institution over the years to actually support you, to support the youth of this country, to ensure that the missing skills today is workable. So thank you a lot, and I'm sure many of you will come and contact us very soon as we think of how to achieve this in the country. So thank you a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Sembrero. Finally, the Honorable Member of Parliament.
Thank you. Well, for me, it's just a few. Nelson Mandela once said the education is the most powerful weapon which we use to change the world. And father said, the education is beyond the development of economic sciences. For me, all that we need to do is build strong foundations and personnel to reflect on the demands of modern technology and make huge investments on research and education.
May I just take this opportunity to thank you all. First, you are very yourself, but also to share knowledge and experience and information. But also, I want to thank you all participants for being good listeners, but also comment on this session. Otherwise, this is the end of the session, and we go to bless the
concludes the opening session. Thank you for the contributions from the floor, and in particular from His Excellency, the former president. I hope you've enjoyed it and it's enriched you as well, because we were discussing from your excellent presentation. And before we bid you adieu, Cousin Gemma, may we please take a picture with you to remember this occasion. And so allow me to just set up the chairs very quickly towards the front of the room. 7 chairs, a little bit of space just before the stage for the following. We're going to request our DPs and sponsors to approach for the first picture. And then we'll call our board members, 10 minutes, the secretariat, and the conference presenters and moderators. So if you would flow slowly down, so that when you put a poll, we'd appreciate it very much. Our photographers, please step a few feet back and give us a long lens. Yes. Yes, the idea was for those coming in for the picture, they'd be standing behind the chairs. Let's move back, right? Okay, very well. Sorry, this is so bad.
Makubaliana vingapi? Vitano. Wale wengine wanasimamia vingine.
You have the list.
Yeah, please call our DP development partners and sponsors, please. If you would actually, well, I hope you have long legs. We'll request you to step up onto the main stage. Dr. Daniel Baheta, please. Stephen Shimalo, please join us at the top of the stage. Michelle Law. Yes. HEI, please come through. Please come through. Please stand. Please stand. Yes. As for those, please come through. So, please don't leave your position. Don't step down from the stage. Allow everyone that comes through to stay where you are. Right? Yes, because you were part of the main table. Our board members, please approach. Our board members, please approach. The board members.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All the members. Let's make way.
And the family. Sunday.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take the next picture. Please remain. Thank you. Board members, 10 minutes. The secretariat, please stand by on the wings, either side. 10 minutes, secretariat, please stand by on the wings. Stay in front. Good. Okay, Sante, we're going for the secretariat 10 minutes now. Our team list will come down. Asante. That's working out very well. Secretary, say the end. Conference presenters and moderators, please join us on the wings. Presenters and moderators, please join us on the wings. Some of you may actually step down next to the chair to the left, next to the doctor. Secretary, please exit left. our presenters and moderators.
Let's exit left and right. Let's take our seats.
That was very well done. All right. Now the high table can rise. And please let's stand. Let's rise. To begin my copy main sound. Let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. Super. All right, let's allow the dignitaries to step out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I can see you stretching. We certainly do need to stretch after that long session there, but it was very successful. Congratulations, everyone, because getting the president, especially in his capacity, that was a stroke of genius. We are now, thank you for the hands. We're now going for lunch. We've had a change in our program, but when we come back, we're doing 3 sessions back to back. And so we'll see how well we can manage those. As you step out, we're giving you a lunch coupon and we will be leading you to lunch. Please use the amenities if you wish to freshen up. Just beyond the door, to your left and to your left. And see you after lunch. I will come back and prompt you to come back into the hall. With your personal belongings, please carry the most precious things. Lunch is an hour. If we can do it for 45, be great. So see you when you come back, and we're preparing for you. And when we come back, for those who arrive a little bit later, I'll explain to you about the app and how you can follow the program, proceedings, and you can even comment on the first session through the chat of the Summit Point application. You may download it yourself. I will assist you if you have any technical difficulties. Bon appetit, lunch dinner. See you soon. 1:45.